Well, how do you do? We're gonna get started. So, I'm gonna start with our stretches. We're gonna do some spider walk. I'm gonna put on some Joe Rogan. We got Eric Weinstein, a good Jew, a good Jew. Four hours of Eric Weinstein. You know, Eric Weinstein's a funny guy. He's a funny Jew. Um, he thinks he's the real expert of everything, as any good Jew should. All right, I'm gonna do my stretches here. So yeah, UFOs. Are we being visited by aliens? Personally, I think we are. I think we're probably being watched by aliens at all points of the day, at every little moment. They know everything about us. Like, think about how often we like go into like the Amazon to like study like, oh, there's like a new species of ant, and then you like spend like months studying the ant. And you're like, oh, it breeds in this weird way, right? Now let's just expand that analogy to like the universe. We're probably being watched by aliens all the time. All the time. They're like, alright, yeah, those are those cavemen over there. The Alright, we're getting blood flowing into the tips of our fingies, so we can do these stretches. Alright, let's get into the forearm area here. Let's get some, yeah. Alright, the other arm. You're talking about Bob Lazar? I think Bob Lazar is full of shit. I don't trust Bob Lazar. Something's a little fishy about his alien story. Alright, now we're gonna bring the finger back and do the grabby motion. I'm gonna start these stretches now. Mm. Ow. Ah, that was a good stretch. That's a really good stretch. just a good stretch. It just works. All right, and so then the other one is that now I got to start doing them forward too. But I can't get a stretch when I do them forward. I don't really get a stretch. Like I guess I should just do it for like the sake of it. But I don't know if I'm really getting a stretch when I do that. Do I have to do like the grabby thing too? So it's like normally what I have been doing is I pull them backwards and do the grabby motion. But if I pull them forward, I guess that does something. I don't know. And we also just got this. We do them sideways like this. That one seems pretty good. Oh, that one feels so weird. But it's like, I can tell it's pretty good. Especially on this fretting hand. Because we have to do a lot of these stretches. So it's just hold our fingers out like this. We're doing like the Vulcan, the Star Trek thing, but I'm actually like literally holding my fingers apart. We gotta do that for every single thing. Yeah, that's a good one. That one's pretty good. Alright, so that's our left hand. We did back, forth, everything there. Now let's shake that out. Now let's try our right hand. Yeah. So this dude, Eric Weinstein, he literally believes that he came up with a theory for everything. That is what they're looking for in physics because they had relativity, right? And then they had like string theory, and in string theory, it doesn't seem like it's really working out very well. And so what they're looking for is a universal constant. And he has his own theory for everything, and he calls it geometric unity. And if you try to listen to him explain it, literally makes no fucking sense at all. And I don't mean that oh he's wrong. Like I've editorially critiqued his theory, and it's like literally I don't understand what he's saying. And I'm a smart guy. Like I've listened to him explain it multiple times. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like But geometric unity. Go listen to his geometric unity lecture at MIT, and you'll know what I'm talking about. Like you're listening to it and you're following along, and at some point you're just like I hear the words, but I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, all right, so now we're doing the sideways stretches. Yep. Oh, those ones are good. I think those are more important on the fretting hand than my picking hand, but they still feel really good. It brings a lot of fluidity to these suckers here. shake it out now. So we had figured out how we were going to start practicing the spider walk yesterday. We have 3 speed modalities, right? Where we go whole notes, half notes, and quarter notes. And then we start at 60 BPM, then we up it to 70 BPM, 80 BPM, 90 BPM, and 100 BPM. And we do those 3 speed modalities for each of those 4 10 BPM intervals, right? And so through that we get 3, 6, 9, 12. We get 12 different speeds. And then we get 4 different slow speeds, 4 different medium tempos, and then 4 different fast tempos. And that's a very good baseline. Or rather, 3 different slow tempos, 3 different medium tempos, and 3 different fast tempos. It was not 4 for each, it was 12 divided by 3. Or 12 divided by 4 rather, is 3. Alright, so let's start at this 60 BPM. We're going to do whole notes at 60 BPM. And then when we start, we have to fuck around for a little bit because we're not in the zone yet. So. Alright, so I'm just going to play a bunch of stuff relatively fast. I'm just going to like screw around basically, just so I can get like warmed up. Warmed up for the warm-up. That's the point we're at now. We're warming up for our warm-up. Alrighty, now we're going to go into whole notes at 60 BPM. Alright, and then the way we're practicing this is we do up, down, right? So we go, we're ascending while we're ascending, we descend while we descend. We ascend while we ascend, and we descend while we descend. Then we descend while we ascend, and ascend while we descend. We do that twice, and then we're over. We didn't do that. All right, whatever. Let's go. So it's important to practice at very slow speeds and also practice at fast speeds and master both of them and mid speeds. So this is our low baseline, 60 BPM whole notes. That is going to be our baseline in the meantime. And then the peak of this exercise is going to be 400 BPM basically. So you're going to be playing quarter notes at 100 BPM. So we're going to go from 60 to 400 BPM through this exercise. And a bunch of different areas between. Alright, now we're descending while we ascend. Alright, that was pretty solid. We made two very small mistakes at the last little area, but I'll look past it. So now we're going to do half notes at 60, which is like 120 BPM. That's pretty good. All right. Now we're going to do quarter notes at 60. So 60 times 2 is 120, times 2 is 240. So this is quarter notes at 60, otherwise known as whole notes at 240 BPM. All right, Eric Weinstein right here on the Joe Rogan podcast is speaking facts. Zelensky is a fucking menace. He's a menace. This is not a hero. This is a menace. This is someone sending hundreds and thousands of people to their death when they could negotiate for peace. Alright, now we're going to do whole notes at 70 BPM. I'm going to say this real quick. The best part of Donald Trump, this is the best aspect of Donald Trump being president. He is not an inspiring figure. Alright, let me say that again. Donald Trump is not an inspiring figure. And because of that, he can't send people to war because nobody's going to go to war under Donald Trump because he's not like a romantic, inspiring person. But Obama has the illusion of like, oh, this is a smart, intelligent, George Bush has the illusion of like, oh, this is an intelligent, like, smart guy, like, or I don't know, maybe George Bush didn't have that illusion. But you get what I'm saying. There's a statesmanship between these people, right? Obama, there's a statesmanship. There's the illusion that he is a wise, intelligent leader. And so he can send people to war and people will fight that war. Nobody wants to fight a war for Donald Trump, right? And that's why he's a good president. Small mistake there, not good. So yeah, I think this is really efficient spider walk practice. I really like this way of organizing it. Alright, that was not good how we made those mistakes at the end. But this is pretty sweet. Look at what we're doing. We start at a slow, we pick a BPM. We play it slowly, we play it at a mid speed, then we play it at a fast speed. Then we go up a BPM. Slow speed, mid speed, fast speed. Go up a BPM. Slow speed, mid speed, fast speed. That's a really good way of organizing this whole thing. And then you just set a baseline at these different tempos. So now we're gonna go half notes at 70 BPM, which is like whole notes at 140. Alright, that was half notes at 70. Now we're going to do quarter notes at 70. 70 times 2 is 140. 140 times 2 is 280. Alright, let's do that again. That was a little sloppy. We're doing 280 BPM here, basically. Whole notes at 280. Otherwise known as quarter notes at 70. Pretty good. Could be better. I could do that one more time. Let's do that. So a little bit better. We're gonna do that every day, so let's just move on. So that was quarter notes at 70. Now we're gonna go all the way back down to whole notes at 80. Right? So we're gonna slow way the fuck down. Alright, those whole notes at 80. Now we're gonna do half notes at 80. Alright, that's pretty good. Now let's try quarter notes at 80. So that was half notes at 80, which is equivalent to whole notes at 160. Quarter notes at 80 are like 320 BPM. So we're getting up there now. Skipping notes. Switch. Alright, that was a little sloppy. We'll clean that up. We're gonna do that a couple more times. See, we get a lot of dead notes. Because what happens is our picking hand can't keep up with our fretting hand. Or I don't know if they can't keep up, but they're getting out of sync, essentially. There's an asynchronicity between our left and our right hand that leads to dead notes. So, here, let's try this one more time. Alright, we're gonna keep trying at this tempo. This is 320 whole notes basically. Or yeah, 80 times 2, 160 times 2. That's 300, that's whole notes at 320 essentially. I'm gonna try to make it through without making a single dead note or mistake. So every time we fuck up, we'll start over. Nope, fucked it. And so this is where the practice gets in. We just have to hammer out these different tempos and like really make sure we get them right. So let's try this. Let's try doing mixing note values. We'll do half notes and then we'll do 2 sets of quarter notes. And then we'll do half notes and do 2 sets of quarter notes at this 80 BPM. Alright, now let's try doing the quarter notes again, see if we can nail it. That was pretty good. We messed up a little area, but that was a lot better than the other runs. So let's go up to 90 BPM. So now we're going up to 90 BPM, but we're coming down to whole notes. So we're going to play whole notes at 90 BPM, and so it's going to slow way down again. Switch. Now we're descending while we ascend. Alright, that was whole notes at 90. Now we're going to do half notes at 90, which is 180, or whole notes at 180 essentially. Oops. Oh wow. So let's try that again, because we fucked up pretty hard. So that was a lot better. A lot better. And so that was half notes at 90, which is like 180 BPM. So now we're going to go up to quarter notes at 90, which is like 360 BPM. And now we're getting into more difficult territory. So we'll see if we can push and make it. So this is the problem at the higher BPMs. I've isolated the problem. It's called left hand, right hand synchronization. My picking hand is not moving at the same speed that my fretting hand is. And so we get all these dead notes. You see what I'm saying? So I am aware that there is exercises to work on that sort of a problem. But I don't know exactly what they are. Maybe we can get into those later. I think what I'm going to do for now is try to mix note values. And so I'll start at half notes, and I'll do one phrase with half notes, and then I'll do two with quarter notes. And that'll be my way of trying to get comfortable at playing at that speed. And so it involves us speeding up and slowing down and speeding up and slowing down. And then after I do a couple runs with that, then I'll go back to the full-on quarter notes. Alright, so let's try this. This is 90. And so we're going to start with half notes, 180, and then try to mix note values. Alright, we're going to keep doing that for a little bit and try to get comfortable at that picking speed. And so we quickly speed up to it so we can get comfortable at it. That was not good, that was very bad. So yeah, I don't know, maybe that's not the best way to practice that because it seems like we're fucking it up even more. But let's try going back to the quarter notes and let's just play straight through. Nope. Yeah, so my hands fall out of synchronization real quickly. And so we're going to have to look into that because that's a problem. The left hand, right hand synchronization. I think my picking hand is moving too quickly. Yeah, I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try picking it 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 without doing any notes. So yeah, now I'm just isolating the picking with no notes, and I can see that the rhythm is very off. So I'm going to try to work on that then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Alright, let me shake my hand out for a second. Let's get all loosey goosey here. So it's tough. It's tough to keep up at that speed. And so that's very interesting. That's very, very interesting to me. I can isolate purely the rhythm, and then I start having trouble, and I guess maybe I could focus on that specifically, that problem specifically. Alright, let's try that again. It's probably not going to work out amazingly, but we'll see. Maybe you might have a little improvement. That was a little bit better. We did fuck up over here. Fuck up pretty big for a couple bars. Not bars. Couple, whatever it is. A couple phrases, but that was a lot better actually. So let's try that one more time, and I'm going to bring it up to 100. A tiny bit better, but there was still a lot of mistakes. And so let's move on, but let's understand that that was not like, yeah, we did it. So we're going to bump it up to 100 BPM. So now we're going to do whole notes at 100. And so I think that is like the bridge between slow tempo and mid tempo. 100. to half notes. Which is like 200 BPM. This is not good. I'm going to repeat this. Alright, we're going to try this again. Alright, that was decent. We could try that one more time before we go up to quarter notes at 100, which we're not going to be able to do very well, because that's 400 BPM, and we had trouble with 380 BPM. Or 360 rather. Wasn't very good. Whatever. We're going to try quarter notes at 100, which is 400 BPM. And that is our, whatever the opposite of the bass line is. The top. That is our peak for now. Now let's just try that over and over again for a tiny little bit. Alright. Let's do it one more time, and then I have an idea for how we should practice this tomorrow. one more time even. Let's just try it one more time. Just so we can, just for posterity's sake. What? Posterity's sake? Just for posterity's sake. I like steak. So we fucked it up then when we started switching to the descending while ascending and all of that. But we're riding on that line. But this is my idea. Today we started at 60. And we did 60, 120, 240. Then we went to 70, 140, and 280. Then we went to 80, 160, and 320. Then we went to 90, 180, and 360. And then we just did 100, 200, and 400. So I think what we can try and do tomorrow is we bring all of that down by 10. And we start at 50 BPM. We do 50, 100, and 200. Then we do 60, 120, and 280, or 240, and so on and so forth. And we stop at 90. So we have a bunch of spider walk variations. I think we've just spent an hour working on spider walk. We could go through the variations, but I'm not going to do all the, fuck it. I'm going to do all the variations today. We're going to do all the variations. We're going to spend some time doing these variations. I think we're in a spider walky kind of phase because I want to work on my fingering technique. So we're just going to work on that for a little bit. And then once we work on our fingering technique for a little bit, when we return to doing mostly picking exercises, I think that's going to show. Because part of what's hard about sweep picking, on one level, the picking is what's hard. But on the other level, it's also, can you get your fingers to move fast enough? And to ring out cleanly. And so, in a similar way that I used to have, alright, there were chords, and there was triads, and there was arpeggios, and there were scales, and there was also this scale and that scale, and there's this and that, right? And then I just kind of combined that into one. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to work on fingering technique and picking technique separately. But we have to foresee, and rhythm exercises, picking, rhythm, and a fingering, but we're all going to combine that into one. So I gotta do something at, let's see, 2 p.m. So this is how I think this day is going to shake out. We're going to do exercises until about a little before 1:30. And we're going to end it around 1 to 1:30. Then I'm going to go do something. Then I'm going to come back, and then I'm going to turn on Pro Tools, and we're going to try to record some stuff. So, Where do we want to start? Well, we figured some pretty major shit out yesterday. Let's go into these triads, and let's just work on the vertical triads. Let's start simple, right? So, in fact, let's not stop thinking about it like, all right, let's do the triad, let's do the inversion, let's do this. Let's just see all the little ways that these arpeggios and triads link together, essentially. So let's just like forget about all the information and just kind of see these connections. So then, all right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to switch between minor and major within the context of the pentatonic without using the pentatonic at all. Whoa. So, C major, A minor, and that is, what is that? That is F major. So let's do that. C major, A minor, F major, and then F major is, that's Lydian. If we think about it in terms of modes, then F major is the Lydian, and then A minor is the natural minor, and C is the major scale. But then let's just think about that in terms of arpeggio. So then we got this. Oh shit, alright, six. Alright, fucking hell, man. The implications of this are so huge. It's so huge, but it's no drills. It's all about just now I have to try to practice implementing it and seeing beyond the matrix. Pretty crazy. Alright, so then let's say we wanted to throw in a diminished arpeggio, then would we go to B? Because that's Locrian, so B would be Locrian, and then we throw in that. I don't think that sounds that good, but for just experimentality's sake. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. So if I wanted to put like a sus triad then, how does sus fit over this? So let's create a new little chord progression. Let's create a chord progression, right? Where we throw in which use A minor, or which use A minor for simplicity, or which use C major, A minor like we were just doing, F major, A minor, and they use that on Godspeed You Black Emperor, F sharp, A sharp, infinity. Now, while that is one of the greatest albums of all time, um, I'm gonna take where'd my pick go? The fuck? Here we go. So. Well then, how do we put in a sus over that? Do we do E sus 4? Is that a thing? No, I don't think so. Or it could be. Alright, so yeah, now let's do a little more layering, right? So we layered the minor, the major, and the diminished arpeggios on top of the scales we know, right? And then we layered the scales we know on top of the other scales we know. So then, let me see, what would it be like if we tried to layer on sus arpeggios, or sus triads, I mean. Well, sus triads are arpeggios, but you know what I'm getting at. So, suspended fourth. This is a suspended fourth triad, or suspended fourth triad arpeggio. Okay? Damn, Eric Weinstein, Joe Rogan here, he's claiming to be part of a secret society who wants to reveal the aliens, but they can't reveal the aliens yet. I don't think Eric Weinstein would be lying. I think he's just kind of has a flair for the dramatic. So for the vertical triads for the suspended fourths, it's two tones, two tones, whole step. Two tones, whole step. Or perhaps you could say it as four semitones, whole step. Or maybe it's confusing to go from tones and semitones and whole steps. You can say four semitones, tone. Four semitone, two tone, tone. Two tone, tone. Because whole steps and tones are the same thing. We have two nomenclature for the same idea. Alright, so then let's see how these fit over, hypothetically, these would fit over like a pentatonic scale. Like. There, we switch to A minor. So yeah, the suspended fourths, the suspended fourth arpeggio fits right over the pentatonic, but it's a little more of an eccentric combination of note values, and so it's a little tougher to see. So I think that's called, this thing right here, where you play the same note on two different strings. That's called like a false. Is it called a false fingering or a false note? False fingering. Yeah, false fingering. Okay. That's another. Put that in the list of random fucking music ideas. It's basically when you play the same note on two different strings. So they call it a false fingering. Sometimes it's called a perfect unison too. And so that's the problem with music theory nomenclature, is they have multiple words for the same idea. Sometimes it's called perfect unison, and then sometimes it's called a false fingering. Alright, so let's try to get into 4-note arpeggios, and let's just start working on incorporating them into chord progressions. That's what we're going to work on right now. So, let's do A minor, F major, then we're going to do G dominant. Is that right? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do A7. Here's what we're doing. We're doing A minor 7, F major 7, G dominant 7. And then we're going to loop that. Alright, so then that's 3 different 4-note arpeggios we can switch between. Oh, that's not a good loop. Alright, let's do something better. We do the same chords even. So. Alright, we fucked it. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do A minor 7. Then we're going to go up here, do this F major 7 up here. Then we're going to go back down to G dominant 7. Then we're going to do C major 7. Alright, so. Oops, fucked it. There we go. Alright. We can work with that. Alright. Let's add a little bit of oomph. There. I just added some stuff to the amp. So yeah, I can layer the regular arpeggios on top of the pentatonic just fine. Once you get into the weirder arpeggios, it's tougher to see. So that's the next area of practice. The 4-note arpeggios. The triad arpeggios, I think I got it. Try to find sus triads over it. Let's switch to harmonic minor. Doesn't really make sense actually. Let's try doing economy picking. Economy picking. Let's do a phrase in economy picking. revisit. What are the chords? A7, A minor 7, to F major 7, to G dominant 7, and then it ends on C major 7. We'll switch to the neck pickup. So, not incredible, honestly. Not incredible. Yeah. Let's get it muddier. like legato. That's not good. Let's keep with this style of practicing, but we're going to create a different loop. So, let's try... Let's try something A scalar, or something outside of the regular scale. So I'm going to do D minor 7 to B minor 7. Hang on. We came up with something there. D minor 7, D minor 7, then the... So then we do, what is this? G major to E minor. Alright, let's fuck around. I accidentally fucked up and made one of those short loops again. Where it's like a 3-second loop. Sounds weird as fuck. Alright. So let's try this. Oops. Fuck. Ah! Alright, here we go. Just delete that loop. Here we go. jam in a dominant arpeggio. I don't know if that's. I gotta hit the bathroom real quick. time they had an Asian move by us.
him in Louisiana, right, where the train was made there. So we were fired up because we never seen an Asian. We seen, drawings of them, but that was about it. And we were like, holy shit, we need to go and we need to see. I remember we cut grass, me and two of my buddies, probably for 6 weeks.
You saved up for a trip to see the Asian?
Yeah, it was like probably it was about $25 probably to maybe get a taxi over there. And we got a taxi there, and it was just a laundromat. It was like a dry cleaners or something. No Asian. We waited there, I remember, probably 4 or 5 hours. And then we took a taxi back, and that was it, man. And so I think for a long time, I kind of had not a feeling of abandonment, but yeah, mistrust.
Like they let you down a little bit?
I don't know if it let me down, but just didn't, I don't know, something. I'd have to think about it more maybe with a therapist, but something like that, you know?
You are happy of bird. It's good you stopped doing drugs. You know that, right?
I remember the first time they had an Asian come by us, right? They had a rumor, they had a...
Here's one of my
Leave
favorite...
it to Uncle Joey come in with the clean sweep. You know, it's good you stopped doing drugs, bro. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. So you see that? I figured people who work on their vocals, they just do all the... They sound like a helicopter. And then they get no of that, like, it's all blackbird singing in the dead of night. Like, they do it all perfect. But if you don't do the proper things, then it's, when you try to go to the higher registers, it's... And so I think what you start doing when you try to get into singing is like you start trying to do scales but with your voice, right? So this is like the G major. Then you go up a whole step. Whatever the fuck, right? And then so you're doing the scales but with your voice. I think it would be good to, like, I was looking at it, vocal coaches are not that expensive. They're actually very, very cheap. But the thing is, I'm not trying to sing like Adele, you know what I mean? I want to figure out how am I going to scream and growl and do all the metal shit with good form. Because that was one of the problems that Kurt Cobain ran into, is that his voice held out for a little bit, and then he started blowing his voice out at every show. And then if you listen to like the last year of Nirvana concerts, his voice sounds way fucking different. because he just fucking shredded his voice. Whereas, let's say you are Chino Marino from the Deftones. Chino Marino had pretty good form, but he's saying Chino Marino had pretty good form already. He was a way more talented singer than someone like Kurt Cobain. But he would try to do like these animalistic like squeals. You know what I'm talking about? Those squeals. And then he ended up permanently paralyzing one of his vocal cords. But then he got more lessons, and then he figured out how to. He's still an incredible singer to this day. Here, I'm gonna play some Chino Marino screams. Best screams of Chino Marino Deftones. You hear that shit? Like, he's already screaming, and then he goes into the squeals. Yeah. So that's the scream, and then this is the squeal. Alright, check it right now. It's like, how could it possibly go any higher? And so, I gotta find someone who can like coach me into doing that kind of shit slowly. Well, I don't know about slowly. Just at a reasonable pace. So we'll look into that. It'd be cool if it'd be like someone who has like a studio that they can do the lessons there. I don't want to be screaming in my apartment. And obviously, I can scream like anybody else. But the question is, how do you get the form right? So you can do it like with a lot of control. I think on some level it involves breath control. But something I've encountered is I have poor breath control even when I try to focus on it, primarily because of this deviated septum. So if I try to talk through my nose, it's all like this, and it's all blah 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 blah, right? Which isn't good. And so I'm gonna have to get surgery on that. Because breathing in through the nose is important for so many different things in life. For one, it gets more oxygen to your brain than breathing in through your mouth. It's good for your how your teeth grow in. Like if you're breathing with your mouth out, your teeth become deformed over time. if you're trying to work out, it's better. If you're trying to sing, it's better. So I think what I want to try to do for this remaining hour we got, or 2 hours, is let's go into all of our exercises, like our drills, our sweep picking, our alternate picking, and our legato exercises. So let's start with legato. Actually, let's start with alternate picking. I changed my mind. Here. Alright, let me put something on the amp real quick. I'll put it to crunchy. Crunchy classic drive. So we're working on string skipping with this one. Bad. So in my mind, this should be an easy exercise, but we're still not doing it very good, which isn't good. There. I don't want to do it, but I'm going to lower it to 70. Let's focus on getting this right at a very slow tempo. So you see how bad we are? This is the sort of stuff we need to hammer out. This is alternate picking and string skipping, which is crucial. And replacing it inside of the pentatonic positions. You see how terrible it is? We're awful. Yikes. So terrible. It's awful. Like we're playing at 70 and we should be able to do this. This is a very simple exercise. So that goes to show how many holes there are in our technique. Hear that? If we can't play it without having the notes ring out in the background, then we're never going to make it. There you go. Hear that? So there, I'm using my palm muting to hide my mistakes. Let's focus on trying to play without using the palm muting and using just with do no palm muting, and let's have no strings ring out. You hear that? So this is how we get actual good technique. We can't rely on other skills when they don't apply to what the practice is. So I was relying on the palm muting to fix my technique. But I have to isolate this technique that we're trying to practice. fucking up the alternate picking. So now that's how we actually do this exercise. Here. Let me get another stretch in. This time I'm just going to do the quick all of the fingers stretch. See that? You hear it in the background. We have to eliminate all of that, or else we're not really doing proper string skipping. No bueno. See, this is how we gotta be, alright? You know these Dagestanis, the Khabibs, the Islam Makachev? Those motherfuckers? The Nurmagomedovs? Those people. They train religiously. And that is, they train religiously. Literally. Train Allah, train Allah, train Allah. That's how it's gotta be. Made a small mistake at the end. Unacceptable. You rock discipline. have to do all of the muting with my left hand, my fretting hand, or else it is not good enough. So, okay, with our spider walk, we came up with this idea where we do it at 3 tempos within the same BPM, whereas we do whole notes, half notes, and quarter notes. We can apply that same exact concept to every single one of our exercises. So that's what we're going to do. We were just doing whole notes, now we're going to do half notes for the same exercise. And see if we can slowly up the speed. Alright, we sped up too quickly, but here we go. We're doing half notes some more. We're going to do half notes up and down. Actually, we're going to do more whole notes. We're going to keep it slow. You see? If we're fucking up when it's slow, we're not doing it right. And I just pinched a nerve in my neck. That did not feel good. Alright, well, good thing I'm going in to see get my shoulder taken care of today, so. Terrible. That's genuinely awful. You should be ashamed of yourself. Fuck it. Not okay. One more. That's not okay. You just fucked it up, dude. Unacceptable. So we can play it at a mid-tempo, alright. But But we have to be able to play it at a slow tempo so that when we play it at a mid-tempo, we never fuck up. We're more comfortable at the mid-tempo. But that doesn't mean we have good technique. Not good. Not good enough. Not good enough. Listen, you hear that? Not good technique, terrible technique in fact. Now we're going to switch it up to half notes. We have to start way slower than you really want to start. That is the core of practice. If you can master the good technique at the slow speed and have it perfect every time, then you can start to bring it up comfortably. Here, now let's go to half notes. So that was 70. I was whole notes at 70. Now we're going half notes at 70, which is like 140. Not good. Mm-mm. Nope. That wasn't good either. So that was half notes. Let's keep working on the half notes, because I don't think we got them good. Now we're playing the wrong note altogether. This is all going to take time. But I'm confident God will observe our sacrifices. This is the position I'm worst at. I think that goes over Phrygian too. Like that is the pentatonic position that I'm least comfortable with. I always fuck it up. Out of the 5 positions, that is the one I like the least. So this is, in theory, it should be a relatively simple exercise, but what I've discovered is that I was cheating. You was cheating the exercise, so you weren't getting the real benefit of it. So it's the string skipping and the alternate picking. So let's try redoing, so okay, here. This is what we're gonna do. We're not even gonna try to do quarter notes yet. We could do it for a second if we want. Here, check it. But we can't even really do it. We get all the strings ringing out, which isn't good. So we can't even really practice that effectively. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to transfer this exercise over into a 3-note per string modal scale system instead. So same exact exercise, but 3 notes per string. So, and then let's play that even slower. So no, let's do whole notes. See how terrible that is? That's because our technique is awful. There's no other way to say it. See that? That's all going on in the background. We can't afford to have string buzz. Can't afford to have strings ringing out like that. That is terrible. difficult to do that exercise without cheating. I want to palm mute. That's what I want to do. But the point is like, how are you gonna string skip, play it cleanly, alternate pick, and not have notes ring out in the background? That's what you're practicing. And so all of these little techniques, they're going to add up into a beautiful symbiosis, essentially. We've reached a point where notationally, I don't know if this is what it's technically referred to, but if you know what I'm saying, notationally, we've reached nirvana. We have triads, we have arpeggios, we have chords, we have 5-note scales, 7-note scales, and dominant scales, and all of that kind of works together. And so we've reached that point where we see how it all fits together. Doesn't mean we've completely, totally mastered it, but we've reached a point where it's like it's all as one skill, essentially, right? Right now, we have to practice all these little tiny fingering exercises, these picking exercises, and these rhythm exercises. And then there's going to be a symbiosis at some point. See, just there, we cheated. We didn't want it to ring out, so I palm muted it. But we have to learn to mute it with our left hand, our fingering hand, our fretting hand. See? Ring out. You can hear it in the background. So it's like, yeah, you could play it all fast if you want, like. But then not only is the fucking fingering wrong, but then it's also you get all the extra, the stringy shit. So obviously, in the middle of a performance, you're just gonna have to rock with what you end up playing. But if we spend this time practicing these little skills, we're gonna have a much more solid skill set, essentially. More solid technique. And so these are the sorts of things we're just going to have to work on every day for the rest of our life. Because realistically, we've only really gotten to this point where we're focusing on our technique for less than 2 months. Been doing it daily since January 14th. Let's check. January 12th. And so I think a lot of these exercises, the reason why they're less attractive than just playing is that they take time for the effects to be shown. But you subtly improve in ways you do not anticipate. Like, I was just noticing, I was just playing. I'm just a lot better. I'm just a lot better. But the radical improvement doesn't happen until you're like months down the line, and then you look back and you're like, shit. So that's me on my third eye shit right there. Prying open the third eye, seeing into the future. Well, I can't pretend not to be demotivated in this moment. However, we are going to proceed. So let's try sweep picking. Or no, let's do legato actually. There. Let's mess with the settings real quick. Let's get the BPM a little louder, or the metronome louder, I mean. And we're going to bring it down to 40 BPM, because he wants us to practice this extremely slow. So that when we bring it up to higher speeds, we're going to do 8th and 16th notes at this extremely slow speed, right? I've said this multiple times, but this is so brilliant. If we do 8th and 16th notes at a very, very slow speed, by the time we bring it up to 110, 120, then we're doing 8th and 16th notes at a mid-tempo, which is very, very, very fast. So that's just another example of something that takes time to get better at. So here we go. There. So it'll take us a second to zone in on this exercise again. So I think it's alright if I palm mute on the legato one, even though ideally you wouldn't have to. But I'm just gonna do that for now. Missed some of our legato practices. We skipped a couple of days. That's pretty bad. Let's slow it down even more. I hate playing at 30 BPM. It's unbearable, which means I need to do it. I don't know if our legato technique has improved is the right word, but it's much more comfortable. It's less strained. But it's still not very, we still make a lot of mistakes, but it's less of an effort to do the sort of the hammer-ons and pull-offs. So on some level there is an improvement. On another level, we're not where we need to be yet. Yeah, start over. So we lose the beat. It's very easy to lose the beat at 30 BPM, honestly. Cheated. See, we cheated there. I can't pick that. I have to hammer it on. Fuck. We were doing good that time. So let's look up some other legato exercises. Let's go on a legato binge. Now I understand that your boy guitarmastery.com guy, Klaus, he has a free legato course rather. And he has really good legato. So we could take his free course and just get a bunch of fucking emails. Where is it? Free legato. I don't know, let's just watch some of his videos. Maybe we'll pick something up instead of, we don't need to sign up for that shit yet. We're not that desperate for legato.
Go download my free legato course. You need to the 3 sub-skills of legato. Once you master these 3 little skills, then the overall skill of playing very fast runs using hammer-ons and pull-offs will be very easy. So go sign up right now and get immediate access for free. See you in the course.
Damn. I hate to say it, but I'm literally getting tired. Like, didn't get good sleep. How to play fast using legato.
Hi, thanks for tuning in once again. Today I'll give you what I consider to be the real key to mastering legato fast, and then I'll show you one of my favorite exercises for building left hand strength and speed. But what is the real key to mastering legato? Well, someone might say, it's lots of practice. Another one might say, it's playing the same lick over and over again until you have it. And those answers are of course part of the truth, but I'm not talking about how to do it. I'm talking about the key to learning it. A key is something that, if you have it, you can unlock the door. It's not hard and it doesn't require you to do a lot of work. You just put the key in the lock, turn it, and the door opens. So if I tell you to practice a lot, will that ensure that you can become a master at this technique? If I tell 100 people that the key to mastering legato is to practice a lot, will they do it? Of course not, because that's not the key. The key is not in anything you do, but in a specific way of thinking. What on earth do you mean, Klaus? Are you going to give me a lot of psycho mumbo jumbo now, or show me some freaking licks? I like the licks, thank you. We're going to get to that in the end of this video, but I just want to give you a simple process that you can go through that will mean more to whether or not you get to master this technique. It's so simple and quick to do. What makes you do what you do? If you go out and buy a new guitar, what makes you do that? It's simple, right? You're convinced that the time and money you spend on buying that guitar are of less worth than the guitar itself. And buying the guitar is a better trade than going out and buying something else right now. Inside of you, you have a scale with a guitar on the one end and money and time in the other end. And the guitar weighs much more than the money and the time, so you go for the guitar. But what if the guitar was twice as expensive? What if you had to pay twice the amount? Well, now the money and the time would begin to weigh more on the scale, so much maybe that the scale would tip in the other direction. So now you don't think that the money you have to pay and the time you have to invest is worth the guitar. Advertisers know this, of course, and they do everything they can to present the guitar as valuable an item as possible. They tell stories about how this guitar was made in the custom shop by luthiers with lots of experience. They tell us how the wood is hand-picked, how the pickups are made especially for this model. They make sure that some well-known guitarist is playing the guitar, so that the feelings we associate with that artist rubs off on the instrument and makes it more valuable in our perception. This is called selling, of course, and if the manufacturer delivers what he promises, selling is great. If it's used to make you take a new step and do something great for yourself. It's not selling that's the problem when there is a problem. It's creating a product that gives people what they expect that's sometimes the problem. But my point is this: whenever you take action and do anything, it's because you are convinced that what the action will give you is worth more than the time, energy or money that you have to spend on it. And this is the key to mastering super legato as well, and in the fastest way possible. If you're completely sold on learning it, you're completely convinced that whatever investments of time you have to put in, it will be worth it 10 times over. If you're a little convinced, you'll practice a little, be a bit skeptical and possibly quit when it gets a little difficult, because your scale isn't tilted completely towards mastering legato. You're a little convinced, so it doesn't take that many obstacles before the scale tips right back again and you quit. And that's why people who are generally more skeptical than they are enthusiastic never will reach the skill level they want.
Alright, cool.
Being
So we're getting a
skeptical
little
means
philosophy
being very
lesson
reluctant
before
about
he
believing
gives
anything
us
new.
our
You hold
guitar
back from even beginning
lesson.
the process of putting on and thinking about all the advantages of investing time and energy into something new. They are more afraid of being disappointed than they are of not learning what they want. Being skeptical is really being afraid. It's the fear of, what if it doesn't work out? What if instead of learning it, I'll fail and I don't make it? What if this method doesn't work? Then I'll look like a fool who believed something and got cheated, and I don't want that. But mastering anything requires you to risk failing and looking like a fool. It requires you to start selling yourself on the idea that you can master this on an incredible level. And it requires you to stay in close contact with all the great things that you get from mastering this technique. You have to put it on yourself. You have to tell yourself the stories about how great it's going to be once you master this technique, because there's no Fender or Ibanez Corporation that's going to help you there. They'll help you buy the instrument for sure, but you have to sell yourself on learning to play like an alien god from another universe. That's your job. And the people who practice and study hard with pleasure and who absolutely love the process are the ones who sell themselves every single day, consciously or unconsciously. And that's the key that you can put in your lock and make hard work disappear. From then on, practice is pleasure. I used to sell myself so hard I was about to explode with enthusiasm. I took one lick that was way over my head, way more difficult than any teacher would recommend, and I sold myself so hard on mastering that. I imagined how great it would be to pick up the guitar and casually play this impossible lick in front of people. I imagined how great it would sound in the middle of a solo. I saw myself standing on the stage playing this incredible lick with a smile on my face, relaxed. I wallowed in the emotions of standing there, playing in front of people. I even imagined telling other people about how I had learned to master this lick. So in my mind, I was teaching people, connecting with them, and having fun. I sold myself so hard on learning that lick that I loved the practice sessions, and I tried to put in practice whenever I could, even if it was just 5 minutes. I had an abundance of enthusiasm and energy. I was so sold that whatever resistance I got from my fingers and whatever obstacles I ran into, the scale was still completely tipped over. The most attractive part was still just learning the lick. So whenever you really think you want something, but you can see that you're not taking action, you're not getting it, ask yourself, why isn't this important enough for me? And then start lining up the pros of what it is you want to have. And that's what I would like you to do today. Take a piece of paper and start writing down what it will give you to master this technique. And before I show you a really cool exercise that is also a very cool lick, I'll give you some help with your list. First of all, becoming really good at this is so much easier than having to pick every note that you're playing. This is the sweet route to speed heaven. You can get results fast, and even though doing hammer-ons and pull-offs aren't the hardest technique, it's what people find the most impressive. And I know that you're not playing the guitar just to impress people, but it's nice to do that once in a while. It adds to the show, if you know what I mean. It's part of shredding, and with legato you'll be able to impress everyone around you in the fastest way possible. And what will that do to the rest of your playing? Well, getting results makes you...
Alright, he asked us to list our reasons why we want to master this technique. It's this simple for me. I need to become a guitar god.
Want to go for more. Being able to play fast will make you feel certain that you can master other techniques as well. It will build your self-esteem on stage because you know that you can come out as a guitar god, and this will reduce stage fright. You'll have more fun when you perform, and being able to play fast with the legato technique will make you go for more of the harder stuff also, like alternate picking, economy picking, or sweep picking, because there's one thing you know how to do extremely well. You have that foundation, something to fall back on the second you discover that alternate picking run isn't working out today. Using legato creates a unique sound, this free flow of notes without all the pick strokes. It will add to your ability to express yourself musically, and that clear, soft sound of notes that are being hammer-on and pull-off is very well suited for the more sad parts of your solo. You can not only use legato to play extremely fast, but you can also use it to create some of the darker emotions. And you know what, people love that. Suddenly they see an added depth in you, and who knows what that will lead to. You communicate more intensity to people. Mastering this technique can move you up among the best faster than anything. This will give you more options. There are more people who want to play with you.
I get the philosophy, I get the lesson. Alright, let's get to the guitar now.
It's also a very cool lick. It will start to build some left-hand dexterity, and you can even use some right-hand tapping and fretting to spice things up along the way.
That could be good, yeah.
Chances are you already know
That's a
half
good
of
one.
this lick because it's the old classical lick that you know from many places. You can also tap that lick. But then I'm reversing it in order to come up with a variation of it that makes it sound different. So let's take the first. We're in C minor here. So you have
C minor, so.
Scale right there, and so we're in the 8th fret. We're in the 11th and the 10th fret here on the E string. And I only pick the first note, and from then on, all other notes are hammer-on and pull-out. So, in case you don't know this, start with your pinky in the 11th fret. You pick that note and pull it off down to the 8th fret, like that. Then you hammer on in the 10th fret. So pick, pull off, hammer on, and hammer on with your pinky.
That is, alright,
Like that?
That is clearly a way more, I wouldn't say better, but it is a more concise way to understand legato. We're not going up and down any strings, we're just doing it on one string.
And then you pull
Right,
off
and so if you can get that
all the
really
notes down to
fast,
the first finger.
then you're in good position. But he's gonna go.
And the second time you play the lick, you simply just continue by hammering on instead of picking the first note. Sorry.
Right. Right. So he can get it like you get ridiculously fast. So. So does he keep picking every time?
If you don't know this lick, start down to the in the 10th fret. So pick, pull off, hammer on, and hammer on with your pinky. Like that.
This dude Klaus is definitely of
then
the
you pull
school
off
of play it very, very
all the
slow
notes
first.
down to the first finger again. And the second time you play the lick, you simply just continue by hammering on instead of picking the first note.
Ah, all right. So let's work with that. All right. All right. So let's try that. Let's bring it down to 40. And he doesn't pick it all every time. He stops picking. This is all hammer-ons. Let me switch it up to here. I don't know if he does this, but this is how I imagine the exercise would continue. Right? Right? So that is a way more concise way of practicing legato and learning it. And so I think we could start with that and then go into this. Right? So we were in C minor. Then we can go in here. Whatever the fuck it is. My attitude. See how fucking more awkward that is than this? So we're gonna work on that right there, just that little isolated riff. Let's watch the rest of that video, see where he's going with it though.
Sorry.
So he can get it ridiculously fast because he's isolated that legato skill. And he's not even picking
then
it.
when you reverse the lick and play it, or mirror the lick, you simply, instead of starting, you have three notes again. Let's take the three notes that are below in the harmonic minor scale, the C harmonic minor. Those would be in the 7th, the 8th.
So now he's switching to harmonic minor. Ooh, I see it. That's pretty sexy. So we're playing it very sloppy because we're just trying to get our fingers on it. I'm gonna take a quick piss. And then we only really got like less than an hour left. Okay. Let's legato it up.
And the 10th fret. And then I use these three notes to reverse the lick. So instead of beginning on the top note on the three notes here, I'm beginning on the bottom note of these three notes. And as you can see, I am playing, in the first lick, I'm playing the top note and then the bottom note, so, or the lowest note. So in my reversal here, I'm going to play the lowest note first and then the top note out of the three notes I have here. So I'm going to play, and as you saw before, I play the top, bottom, and then I go up and down. And I'm going to do the same thing here, but reverse. So it's
play that riff like that. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Unless it's played it differently than how I'm playing it. So it's like this. Let's pick it so we can see how it is. Now we're putting it in the so this is us now. We're putting it in the diminished scale. Now we're gonna put it into the harmonic minor, like this. We're doing all of that with no picking. Right? And so we were trying to do legato like this. And we're already playing it better without it, right? And can I play that riff without picking? Because I was picking it. But what happens if we play that riff without picking it? I don't think that's so that is this one is from Burnt. This one. Whereas this one is from Klaus, guitarmastery.com. Right? It goes like this. That's worth really mastering. So let's listen to this.
Every time I shift from one pattern to another. So let's take this reversal first and let's play it slow. That's it. So I pick the first note in the 7th fret, hammer on in the 10th fret, pull off down to the 8th fret, and down to the 1st or the 7th fret again. And then I go right back up with hammer-ons. And when I circle the lick, I simply just pull off the first note once more. And then I pull off. And as I said, I can go back and forth between these two.
So unbelievable, he can play it.
I can also take this lick up the neck, so instead of going back and forth all the time, I can just move one position up each time. Move back first. But let's just put the two together and play those slowly. So first I'm playing the first part of the lick. And then instead of picking the first note in the new lick here, or the second part of the lick, I'm just sliding down and producing the note that way.
There you go. that riff more accurately. Let's try to get that cleaner. Jesus. So I have this string that gets hooked around to the, like, it gets stuck over the metal, the frets, right? That's pretty annoying. What is ringing out? There's like another string that rings out when I do that. Let's get a BPM going. I'll put it at 70. I'll put it at 45. We'll put up to 50. Man. Alright, let's stretch these fingers out. Let's do the whole hand pull back thing. Ah! Alright. Let's do this. Let's rock and roll. So this could help us tune into that Eddie Van Halen vibe, right? Eddie Van Halen would do a lot of legato riffs in that sort of a style, right? Whatever the fuck, right? That's the tapping part. But he also has a lot of legato shit that he does. Because legato is kind of like tapping, but with just your left hand. I hate how my shit rings out. Like, what is ringing out? Like, there's some other string that is going. Whatever. Alright, let's listen to the rest of this video.
Let's play that slow. And then I can start moving it up the neck. And then instead of going down, I'm just going to go up here to the 10th, the 11th, and the 13th fret.
Right, so I already started doing that.
And I'm still going to play the second part of the lick. You might want to practice that a couple of times.
So it's like this. But that's not what he plays, that's what I'm playing. It was like, there was a key shift there. I turned it to a diminished something. He goes. Right.
And then I can go up here.
Yep. Yep.
And I can continue or go right back again.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna turn on a lot of distortion and just practice this. We're bringing it down a lot, but we're still in that sort of territory. Good. Yeah, that's not how he's playing it, but that's how I'm doing it. What the fuck? I can talk into my guitar? That's so weird. Whenever I go into the neck pickup, it picks it up. La 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 la.
Yo, 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 what's good? Pooch.
That's so weird. That is so weird. Yeah, let's put it down to 55. That's gonna be our speed. Just this is picking and legato, check it. This is picking it. It's very tough to get down. So let's just get it down to 50. I lost it. Is that playing? Is that it? So let's try playing the legato thing we were doing earlier, now that we've messed around on that for a while. So it sounds like we're a lot better at it. Yeah, we're a lot better at that. So sometimes, in order to zig right, you gotta zig left. Is that an expression? No, that's just some made up weird shit I just said. As per usual. So this is, we're gonna draw this to a close now because I gotta go do some shit. But this is the thing I've realized, or we realized this before, but now we've realized it in a new light with more detail. So when we practice, we've been learning these arpeggios and all this shit. But what's gonna happen is that we're gonna have to learn how to chain different arpeggios into each other. You can't just like learn every arpeggio shape and then play that arpeggio up and down, right? And so we don't play our scales that way. We don't play our scales like we do more interesting shit. Right? And so when we play arpeggios like this, that's not right. For learning's sake, it makes sense. We're gonna have to learn how to be like whatever, right? You know what I mean? We switch arpeggios mid-arpeggio. So, in conclusion, let's see, what did we practice today? We did our stretches, we did some spider walks, we worked on our triads and our like our arpeggios and all of that, and layering all of that. We did a lot of legato practice. We did some stuff. We did some things. Some people did a thing. Alright.